Hello, 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 and we are back. We are back. I just need to make some noises, so I can say things. Uh, all right. Fuck, I overslept. Yeah. Oh man, love it. That looks like Metal Slug X. Ah, look at that. My shadow is green, or not so green that the chroma key can remove it over there. There. Yeah. Oh well, this is what it is. It's what you get with a low budget stream. Okay, I'm gonna put my thingy on. Fine. I am so tired. I literally woke up thinking, fuck, it must be longer than 2 hours, right? I said in 2 hours we get back to the stream, right? And the first thing I did was to check how long ago I posted that, just to see if I still had time to sleep. And I did not. I was already 20 minutes too late. And then I checked to see if anybody had, given a shit. Like, did anybody like or whatever? And I had a bunch of comments. And I was like, oh no, why do you do this to me? Hey, Privan. How's it going? What do you do? Because you seem to just be like hopping from stream to stream all day. I'm not mad. I'm just glad you're here. But seriously. They're a hopper. Okay, cool. All right. So this is the moment people were waiting for. Dark mode. Fuck. Okay. Dark mode. There you go. Build and watch. Oh yeah, that makes perfect sense. So in my setup here, I have the main screen in front, right? Which is the one you're seeing. And I have a side screen, which honestly I use more than the main screen. So in the side screen, when I stream, I have like the feedback, right? Like OBS, I can see my stuff. I see the chat there, stuff like that. But I also have, I have many workspaces. I don't even know why I have this other stuff open over here. Yeah. And in this other screen, I have one workspace that has like Telegram, WhatsApp, Discord, all these things, right? So I can be doing whatever. If I get pinged, I just look to the right. I say, all right, the message is probably there somewhere. Also Twitter and my email. are there somewhere. Okay. So, where were we? No update to macOS today at least. I'm still on Ventura 13.4. What? That's a Ventura. What the hell happened there? Did you see that? About this Mac, Ventura 13.4. But if I click on it, it goes away. So now mine's nice. All right, my update tonight then. Yeah, I'm just surprised that it does that. Ooh. You got a moving screensaver now? Hold on, what's that? macOS Sonoma moving screensaver. My God, my hands are still asleep. Aerial screensavers. No, is this like the Apple TV sort of wallpaper thing? Where they just have these flyovers? Nice. I love those. There's a couple of ones that I think are kind of scary, the underwater ones. But everything else looks amazing. It is so pretty. Oh God, there is one in particular. Let's see if we can find Apple TV flyovers videos. One in particular that I love. No, this seem to be other things. I can't recognize any of this. Where you see this sort of is a valley that has peaks, right? And there is in the middle, there is one massive peak that has snow in the middle, and it's very long. I don't know where in the US. I assume it's somewhere in the US. But the quality is just so crisp. I love it. Well, there's a newer Apple TV with FaceTime. Apple TV. What have I been missing? Apple.com TV. Yeah, I think I have. No, I've got this one, the 4K one. Why don't I have FaceTime? Where's my FaceTime, Apple? Okay. So there's been several 4K gens. Yeah, I think I have one of the first ones. I bought it some years, maybe 2 years ago. Yeah, I don't have this remote. I have another remote. I have a friend who has this remote and it's great, but this is not the one I have. All right. Yeah, okay, I tweeted about this. Oh my God, I have so much crap open. What we were trying to do before was to build a tiny, let's see the notes, to build this, given a root URL, fetch and extract links from there, and get a collection of URLs so you can sort of do all of those for extraction, right? So we'd be able to traverse a website, right? Crawl it. We tried a couple of things here. We tried the domains library that comes with OCaml. We tried the domains lib library. That's a little higher level that includes a task abstraction, which is kind of like a thread pool. From then, we got something kind of working after digging a little deeper into how that pool worked. These are some of the notes that we took there. We got into LWT plus domains, and we were sad about this. We couldn't get it to do what we wanted it to do, because LWT is single-threaded, and the integrations that there are for this, such as LWT domains, I think it was called, essentially just gives you support for two things, right? A, run promises on a main thread, right? LWT promises from a domain, right? Which is not what we want, because if you have many domains, then the main thread just is the thing that runs all the promises for you. And the second thing it supported was to turn domain executing code into an LWT promise, which is not what we want. We wanted to be able to run promises across different domains, right? So that all of the threads in the machine would actually be doing work. We didn't want to say, well, let's spin up the work, and then every domain says, wait a minute, I need to fetch a website or something, and then go back to the main thread and wait for the main thread to do its thing before continuing on the domains. So that was not what we wanted. And from then, we did a very, very small run on co-HTTP. No, I think we actually ended up using EIO plus co-HTTP, where EIO is a yet higher level library for working with domains. And co-HTTP is just an HTTP library that has support for many, many kinds of runtimes, including async, LWT, EIO, etc. Right? So in this case, we used co-HTTP EIO. And that's where we were. And as you can see, we didn't actually write much code, but this is what the code does. We create the executor, EIO main. Wake up. We get the domain manager, right, out of the environment, and this is a capability. So this is what allows us to spin up different threads. And we start our main program where we pass in the environment and the domain manager, really. And in there, we're using a switch from EIO. And the switch is kind of like a resource context. So when you create a switch, you can use that switch to create various things. And that switch will only finish, right, after all of the resources in that switch gets cleaned up. So it's both great and terrible, I guess, because if you don't clean something up, then it never finishes. We haven't run into that yet, but maybe that's how it works. And yeah, so we create a queue of work, and this is a EIO. I need to find a nice way of pronouncing this. EIO. This is a this is a stream, and we pass that stream along into several workers. So we spawn 10 workers here. Heyo. Hey, Quacks. How's it going? All good, Dima? I'm a little late. I know. And the last thing we do is just queue the thing that we want to sort of crawl. Right. So when we queue, we're just putting into the queue, right, into that stream, and we're waiting for whatever task that we put there to be resolved. Ooh, you did some OCaml. Nice. What do you do? So when a worker is spawned, we are calling the Fiverr module, right? Which is used to define essentially uh, I guess a tiny execution context, right? Fiverr is meant to be like a tiny, tiny, tiny thread that can also be suspended, right? And say like, well, I'm gonna let you do your thing, right? From within a Fiverr, you can say like yield, and then you return control back to the executor. And in this case, we just spin up a Fiverr, and in that Fiverr, we sort of ask the domain manager to run the loop of our worker, right, in a domain. And since I have a crap load of threads here, like 20 different cores in this Mac Studio, then we're saying like, all right, we're gonna run 10 of these, right, workers. So we'll get 10 domains up and running with 10 workers, right? And each worker will be receiving the same task queue, and that task queue will be pulled in a loop. So on every iteration of the loop, right, we just get a task from the queue. We call handle to do the work, and whatever result we get, we're gonna resolve that on the reply. So handle task, again, calls fetch, and this is fetching the actual page. We get a body back. We use lambda soup to parse this, right, into soup node. And right now we're just printing the body, but here we want to be able to sort of like extract links, right, from the nodes. And in fact, we probably want to do just like links and hide the lambda stuff, right? Lambda soup. Extract links, and then we get a body. And then for now, we can just return that. So like, there's no, this is body. Cool. So when you handle a task, you fetch, you extract the links, and then you print the string. Here, instead of printing the string, we want to queue, right? So in the handle task, we're gonna receive the task queue, right? And probably that way. So we queue every link that we find in this page. That will be like the simplest thing we could do. Cool. So that's a little bit of what we got going, right? When you go into fetch, you'll see there's most of the sort of complicated logic is here, where we're getting we get a status back of the request. We actually check if there's a redirect or not, and we try to actually rerun fetch on the location that we are redirected to. So we're following redirects here. Now this isn't too smart. It's just recursion right now, right? And so if you send us to the same place twice, then we'll go there twice, which kind of sucks. But at least we'll get to see that since we have a couple of prints sprinkled all over the code. All right. So what does that look like if you do an exec bin main here, right? It looks like this. Now, for some reason, right, and this is what I hope to be able to take a nap, come back to, and say like, oh, that was the bug. For some reason, this is always redirecting. Doesn't really matter what I use. If I use, x.com, my profile layer, right? Same. We got redirects. If I go into google.com, I think actually this worked before. Okay, so that worked. Getting a not found 404 for google.com. If I used GitHub, right? Just infinite redirects. So the question here question is here. Why? Why are we getting that redirect everywhere? All right, I like that. That's a good one. HTTP to HTTPS. But why would it continue to happen, right? We already have HTTPS in the URLs. It would happen once, I get that, right? But then it jumps to HTTPS, and then why do we get it again? If I curl, right? The repo here, right? I get a bunch of crap, right? But I do not get a redirect. Quacks. Need a simple SQL storage, SQLite, and an API backend which supports logging and some DB queries. Found some examples in an article doing it with Dream and JSON. Now we need to make sense of it all. It is all ancient magic. Yeah, ancient magic indeed. By that I mean that most of the articles are probably going to be quite old. Is this what it looks like when you hack NASA? Kind of, not yet. Soon though. Stick around for the NASA hacking session or whatever. Redirect should drop the current task and queue a new URL, but I'll modify it to the new URL and fetch again. Mind the possible cycle redirect bug. Yeah, well that's the thing. Like right now, I don't even see these advancing, right? Sorry. If I run this thing, I just see the same URL over and over and over and over and over, right? And before we had code to actually check this, to check that the location, right, was different, right, than the location we're currently fetching. And if that was the case, then we would redirect. Else we'll say like, whoa, wait. And this will be like some location. Fail with, whoa, we can't go there. That's where we are. Because it will be the same URL as we're currently going to. Yeah. That location string, right? We're turning that into a URI and we're directly calling fetch again with that. So this is instant. It's not sort of going through the queue again. Voila. Of course, it's a good chance I'm doing something silly and wrong, right? So from the top, we get a fetch URI, we build a URI. The first URI we build is actually down here, this one. We get the host, we get the path, right? We make a call. We can check what those actually are here. Fetching host path, right? Okay, so I'm gonna give 1 point to Privan here because I think a problem is that we are dropping the schema, right? So this would be translating to an HTTP to HTTPS redirect. And because we are doing the same thing over again here, then that should be lost again. So my guess is that we need to actually specify the schema of this thing. how do we do that? Port host. Host is just a string. What is this? It's a body disallowed call. So it has to be this thing, right? Connection. Am I gonna have to provide a connection manually? Yeah, so host is really just a string. So that is not helping here. I guess I could try to shove the host, the schema here, right? So if I do URI schema, right, URI. Okay, so I think the bug's there. Good find, Privan. Do we have any points in the channel or some stuff like that? Channel points. I don't even know how that works. Follow, whisper. I don't know how to give you points, but Privan, imagine that I've granted you many points, right? Like many of them for that. So I think the problem is that we're gonna have to construct our request differently here. Cool. So let's just go to the co-HTTP docs and see how we can do that. In the meantime. Hey, I see promises in that OCaml. Elixir has already won. What? Hey, how's it going? Long time no see. I see promises in that OCaml. That was that, yeah. Cool. So we were gonna check in co-HTTP here and see how we can build our request a little differently. Pew. All right, so we don't want to use get directly because it's just losing information from us. Really? Nice. Where are you going? Oh, 6412 made it to the stream. Stealth startup doing dev security stuff. Wow, I wanna sound excited for you, but are you gonna be okay? That sounds like it's gonna be a rough experience, like 80-hour week sort of thing. Security stealth startup. Are you gonna be writing OCaml list or Rust? Rust again, nice. No, I am excited for you. Just startups right now are they trigger the PTSDs to me. Yeah. Yeah, I think everybody that comes to me saying, "Oh, Leandro, startup this, startup that." I'm like, no, please, not again. I need more time to recover. Warp was intense. What? party of 420, what? 242. I can't. Hey everyone! Thank you TJ, DV for the raid. Yes, we're doing some OCaml here. OCaml my camel. Yeah, I don't know how to say this or pin it or whatever, but if you're not following Teach TV, the 3, 4, 7 people that were here before the raid, follow that guy right now. Yeah. Whoa! I got a follow from DM Mulroy. Long-time fan. Thank you. OCaml my camel. Yeah. So we're just trying to get some co-HTTP working here. We're building a crawler with multicore OCaml. So it's the one that has like many humps, not just one, but like 1, 2, 3, as many humps as you have cores, really, right? Where's the OCaml multicore t-shirt? That was pretty amazing. Has anyone got a link to that? Oh shit, I should have saved that somewhere. Yeah. Cool. Well, thank you all for the raid. Thanks for the follows. My name is Leandro. I'm a programmer, as you can tell. I've been running OCaml for a bit now, on and off, doing some Hi Ryan, I don't have to explain myself to you. Sorry. No, just kidding. So, the promises that we have here are actually, if you look at them, right, part of EIO. So this is not an async library, right? Like you would have LWT or you would have the async library by Jane Street, right? This library is building on top of sort of cooperative scheduling across multiple cores, so it's potentially parallel, right? And builds on top of OCaml multicore domains. So essentially what you can do here is just say, I'm gonna create a bunch of domains and schedule a bunch of fibers, right? And the promise that you have here is just a synchronization primitive. So this thing is kind of like an atomic, right? That you can say, I'm gonna listen on that. Like by listen, I mean, I'm gonna pull it. Just in every execution, I'm just gonna check if this is being finished. And that's what sort of await is doing here, right? Like, so if you look at this await, it's saying, oh, we have some public promise state internally. That's an atomic, right? If this has been resolved, boom, amazing. We just get the value out and we continue execution. However, if it has not been resolved, so it is unresolved, we enter the suspension state. And the suspension state does some magic here where it enqueues itself. I don't know. I would need to dig deeper into this to be able to properly explain what the hell is happening. But it's not the same as, not exactly the same as your async await in other promised lands. I do get what you mean though, because everybody, I'm just gonna put that on the screen here. I think it was on the screen a second ago, Twitter. Ryan Winchester was saying like, oh, I already see promises, Elixir 1 or something like that. Let's see notifications. Here, right? Elixir has already won. And honestly, I know what you mean. I understand what you mean. Like in Elixir and Erlang, you don't have to deal with like async await, colored code, like, this is red or that blue and so on, right? You just say, I'm gonna make a call, and that blocks the process. But that's because the different processes in the beam, potentially millions of them, right, are kind of tiny programs on their own. So if one of them blocks on an HTTP call, that is fine. That is not going to sort of break the execution flow of anything else. At most, it's gonna say, well, that particular process is gonna get suspended, and then something else is gonna pop into the scheduler to continue executing. And that is such a nice way of programming. Earlier today, we were looking at how this tiny worker that we're building here starts to feel like a tiny gen server. Like you have this loop that's a recursive function that just continues to get tasks, right, for executing them. And if you parameterize this module into a functor, then all of a sudden you could say, hey, I'm gonna just create my own kind of worker, right? And this reminds me of the work I had done in OCaml back in 2 years ago. to try to bring some of these OCaml type niceties, how do you say that, onto the beam. Yeah, but I get too excited. So yeah, these aren't your father's promises. They're not exactly the same thing. Or maybe they are and I'm wrong, but until somebody proves me wrong, they're not. Oh, let me catch up with the chat. Big humps. Whoa, Fated gifted 1,000 tier 1 subs to all sorts of people. Woo, there's well-typed witch got some. Nice. Dave's next. Nice. OCaml streamer who's not Teach, sign me up. Teach is great. Look, mom, I'm in someone's Vim stream. Quacks. Okay, I'm gonna send a bunch of hearts because I see some people send some, and I don't know how many, but there you go, all of you. Oh, sorry, Nick's Craig. I can't see shit. I need to get closer to the screen. Yeah, these are functors, but it's not the same kind of functor that you think. This is not your Haskell functors, right? Well, good to know. So wait, have you been listening to the stream for how many hours? Because there was like a 3-hour gap where I took a nap. But next grade, these functors are more like module level functions. So I can illustrate that very quickly, right? So like in Haskell, you have your functor thingy that defines the map function, right? And it's like, all right, for some A and A to B, right, you get an F of B, right? Something like that. But that's just like a mappable thingy. And I know Prophet typed which is going to be mad at me for saying a mappable thingy, but in OCaml, when we talk about a functor, we talk about a module, right, F, that actually takes parameters, right? Let's say A, like B, for normally we call this base, right? And returns a new module. So in this case, we have a worker module here below, right? And we could say we have a base worker. And the base worker will be a signature, right, of what kind of input module we take. So we take a module as an input here, right? And let's say this needs to have a type T. That's that. Or maybe even a function, right, called do work that will take some work of type T and return a unit. And what we get back is a new module that has a loop or like a spawn function or whatever, right? And I'm not going to do much with this right now, but we essentially could call b.doWork, right? I'm actually going to do a unit to unit, so it's a little easier to build right now. How do we use that functor? We have to instantiate it. So we will do my worker, and we will say worker, and we call we are calling a module, right? With another module as an input, right? And so we can say type T is going to be int, and then vol do work is going to be nothing to nothing, right? Let there. And now this one here, gets this new value for free. So functors in OCaml are actually a way of doing code generation that's type safe. It's a very restricted form of code generation, right? But it allows you to say, here's a bunch of code that I need to parameterize over some input, some other module, right? So I just generate all that code, which is kind of cool. And as far as I know, I don't think Haskell has anything like this. I think Prophet, you can help me here and see like if it does, but I don't think, functors in Haskell do not do this, not at all. Yeah, see, Haskell has to carry a backpack. OCaml has this thing already inside. Carries it within. Cool. So the issue we had was that we were missing the scheme, which means it will assume HTTP for everything, which means HTTP to HTTPS redirects will yield an infinite loop, and that's no bueno. So we were trying to find out how co-HTTP actually lets us build a request object that preserves that What the hell? This works? So we don't need to do any of that. So I'll just do URI. Fetching. I don't think that it liked this before. Yeah, it did not. It expected a string. But here we're doing client get of string. Right, I'm gonna trust the types, of course. So we'll just turn this into a string. And we're still missing a host. Okay, so there's something off here. Yes, EIO is a library. You can find that in GitHub /OCaml multicore /EIO. It's got a wonderfully complete README with all sorts of stuff here. It's a low-level library, right, for doing sort of effect-based parallel I/O for OCaml. ECR from, so the I/O here is actually using algebraic effects, which are still untyped in this version of OCaml 5.1. So when we are scheduling work, we are calling the perform function in OCaml, which is effect perform. And to be able to do something with that, we need a handle. So we usually use try with, I think it was called. Effect try with. Deep. There you go. So with this handler, you can call a function, right, from B to A with a value B that will return some value that was performed with effect perform, right? And then you'll be able to match on the effect type to make you do things. It'd be fun to do a stream on algebraic effects at some point. Even if they aren't typed, they're pretty fun to think about. Oh yeah, OCaml multicore was a fork and it got merged into OCaml for OCaml 5.0. So starting in 5.0, then you can make your programs parallel. That does not mean that every OCaml program from 5.0 onwards will be parallel, because it is not the same kind of parallelism that you get on the Beam, right? Where you just have more cores and your program just runs on more cores. Yeah, okay, so we would have expected that to work, but this interface is asking us otherwise. It's saying that we need a host, and I don't like that. So we're gonna go into the source of the library and just see what the hell's happening here. So this shouldn't be too large. Let's see, client. I think I actually looked in here. Client get emb. Yeah, but that doesn't really have a schema, does it? Does it have a connection here? Necon, yes, connect. And when it does connect, okay, so I think we might actually need to do this, right? To get a handle of a connection to that domain. So that way we can specify what port we actually want to connect over. Partially, Ryan. There are, multicore in OCaml, it is painful, right? Because it's very low level. I'm trying to find the docs for domain here. OCaml docs domain. Okay. Here. This is the stuff that you get with OCaml, right? That's it. This is the library domain. It is small, right? You can spin up a new domain, right? That runs work concurrently, right? You can join domains so that you can eventually, you can almost call this thing thread, right? It's very low level. Now, on top of this thing, we have domains lib. And this is also part of the OCaml multicore group. Yeah, kind of, except that a domain is not like an Erlang style process. It's not a cheap thing, right? It maps to a core, give or take. So domains lib actually gives you a few things on top of domains, but it's also very small, as you can tell from here, right? You got a task, and a task is sort of like a pool where you can, run some code, queue some work really into it asynchronously, await a given piece of work, and this promise is just again a synchronization primitive that lets you say, I'm going to wait until a value, right, gets computed on a different thread. No worries. I think it's great. Like the analogy is good, right? I'm just narrowing down the definition because I jumped in here thinking like, oh yeah, we're just gonna spin up one domain per request, right? And it's gonna be great. And it did not. It did not go great. So you have channels and other things in here to make that task work. But when you look at the README here, this actually looks interesting. It looks like what you would expect the Erlang VM to do, right? So you have an implementation of work still in queue, right? Unfortunately, I wasn't able to. My internet is not like large enough to feed a core. It just, I get data. Yeah, but this of course makes me think, Ryan, that we could potentially, right, write a form of OTP on top of the domains, and I'm excited about that. I actually think it's the same concept because a channel here is just a communication mechanism, right? Where you can say, I'm gonna write over here on the left and you can read on the right. But I haven't, yeah, OTP camel. Correct. So I think the Fiverr will be the closer thing to an Erlang process, and still, they are. You can just run one at a time, right? So you need to do some cooperative scheduling here. But I believe that with some clever PPX tricks, we could inject the cooperativity in existing code and break everything. Yeah. All right. So going back to code, where the hell was that? Here. So this is sort of expecting to get a connection, right? Oh, it gets a port as well. I don't get it. If there is a URI library, why don't you just take a URI for a request? Let me configure all of that stuff there. That's a great question, Dima Quacks. I don't know. This seems awfully low level. Client timeout. This will do the same thing, yeah. All right, so we're gonna ask HTTPS and see if there's anything in the docs that we could be doing about it. Any issues? That's the example. God damn it, people subscribing. Yeah, I guess I have a job now. Oops. Oh, so I actually have to deal with the TLS myself? No, please tell me this is for servers. No, client. Again, I love OCaml, but God damn it, why do you do this? Okay, so call, we got an authenticator here, and we need to deal with this stuff, right? To then eventually be able to make a call to an HTTPS. Does anybody else feel that when they're working with OCaml? Like, it is all beautiful until you need to do something that should be pretty common. Then most ecosystems will be like, oh, you know what? Yeah, we'll handle TLS. We'll handle termination of that for you. Come on. So this library uses that already, but the AIO one doesn't seem to be using that. Quit your job. No, well, after the last startup, I'm sort of in between things, trying to figure out what to do next. Jesus, I really need to figure out why can't I read anything from here. Sacerado. Shakerado? Você fala português? Shakerado. You don't use Copilot, ChatGPT or something? No, I don't. I find it really annoying. I know that some people are great with it, right? Just not for me. I'm pretty boring and old school in that sense. I know I'll get replaced by a computer or whatever, but if that happens, then I don't know. I can play guitar, and hopefully we won't have to work anymore when that happens. Yeah, 90% of the time, just annoying. Nisri, no, I'm not Brazilian. I'm actually from Argentina. Eu sou argentino. Mas fala português. Não sou portunhol. Yeah, I wouldn't say like I know all of it, but I speak some Portuguese. Like I've had people ask me, "Oh, which region of Brazil are you from?" I'm like, "Oh no, thank you, but I'm not Brazilian." Like you know, if I had an accent, but apparently I have an accent, which makes sense because it's not my native tongue. Single cell. Una cerveza fría, por favor. Por favor, OCaml. ¿Qué me estás haciendo? That was Spanish. OCaml. Okay, so it looks like we're gonna have to use something like OCaml TLS, right? To be able to create a connection that handles HTTPS, and then we'll be able to communicate over that. Cool. This is currently supported by CoachDB for loot and async. That's fine, but it's not supported, or at least it doesn't seem to be supported for EIO. So YouTube careless. So let's see if OCaml TLS runs on EIO, and they do. TLS EIO. That's amazing. Thank you so much. OCaml install TLS EIO. Let's fucking go. All right, Privan. Have a good one. Hope the dogs manage to poop eventually. Take care. And my guess is that we'll be able to find some testing here. Honestly, probably not. But we can just search. Yeah, see? Nothing. No. All right, so we have TLS there, TLS.io, Bean Dune. Cool, so that compiled. And so we want to actually get a connection here. That's the only thing we're missing. If we get a connection, then that means we can go back to the code we had before, where we had a host and a path, right? And we don't even need the schema anymore, because all of that will be taken from the connection, one would assume. Is that community, ¿dónde está la biblioteca? With Troy and Abbott in the morning. Troy and Abbott in the morning. Nice. Yeah. Can we actually stream this? Oh, the rap, Spanish rap. La araña discoteca.
Discoteca, muñeca, la biblioteca, es el bigote grande, pero
Manteca.
manteca, bigote gigante, pequeño, cabeza es nieve, cerveza es bueno. Buenos días, me gustas papas frías, bigote de la cabra, es camarón días. Yeah, boy, yeah. What? It's 2009.
Oh, this show is amazing. If you haven't watched it, do that. Go watch it. Why OCaml? Why not? Go for it. Answer that. So I like OCaml primarily because the kind of typing discipline it has, right? Really helps me ban. No one's getting banned for that. I think it's fine to just question things, right? Like that's how we learn. Because the kind of typing discipline it has really helps the way my brain works, right? Deal with things. I forget a bunch of things all the time. At a company I used to work, one of the programmers I was pair programming with often there, Jogo, great guy. He would often tell me, "Hey man, why does it seem like this is the first time you're looking at this piece of code?" I'm like senior to him in that code base, and he's like, "Why is it that way?" And that's just how I do, right? Like I open a piece of code and it's like the freshest eyes because I have forgotten absolutely everything. And the type system, OCaml, the typing discipline, the OCaml type system sort of enforce, right? Really helps me pick up wherever I left. Really helps me go further from wherever I left, right? So it's easy to know where I was, right, and where I was going, just by having this conversation with the type system. I can put a lot more information in the code about like what the hell was I doing, right, than if I didn't have one. I'm not saying that everybody needs this. I know a lot of people that can build amazing and amazingly complex systems with dynamically typed languages, right? It just gets harder and harder for me to do that. And types in the OCaml sort of sense of the word raise that ceiling for me so I can deal with so much more complexity than before, right? Which is not necessarily a good thing. I'm not looking to add more complexity, but sometimes you just have complicated domains, right? Sometimes you have to deal with that complexity, and the types allow me to do that. Yeah, I know. I was just being a little like tongue in cheek. I wasn't actually expecting you to say like, "Why not?" Right? Yeah. It has some drawbacks, OCaml. I think that most of the work I've done in OCaml has been within sort of the language itself. Let me illustrate that. If you go to, for example, Caramel, a compiler I was writing maybe 2 years ago, and you look at all of it, right? Here, Sugarcane is the version of the compiler. All of this stuff is just handling data within OCaml, right? The moment you have to sort of jump in and out of OCaml into like a file system or the network, things get, let's say, more complicated than they need to be sometimes. But once you're inside, it's just amazing. Just being able to say, well, I have some data, I'm going to recurse over it. I'm just going to make sure I'm not forgetting any edge case here because the types are really driving the kind of work I need to do. That is unparalleled. I have not felt that sort of productivity in any other language. I'm sure languages like Haskell have something like that. I just haven't felt it there, right? That's why I'm writing OCaml here. So if you can sort of pay the cost off some of that complexity, then you get all this benefit. The good thing is that OCaml is growing, and through Reason it grew a bunch, right? Through Rescript it continues to grow, right? So more and more of these rough edges are getting polished. Like 5 years ago, it was not like as straightforward, let's say, to you didn't have as many options to like make HTTP requests, right? And now you have so many of them, right? There's many kinds of web servers out there that you could use and so on. Signed, yeah, I'm happy that you identify yourself there. I'm actually gonna be giving a keynote sometime soon in a conference in Romania, DevCon Raw, I think it is. I just submitted some of the details, so maybe it's not announced yet. So maybe I shouldn't say anything. But yeah, it's gonna be called Types as Accessibility. Does that answer your question, Shakarado? Maybe a little bit. Maybe I went through some tangents, but happy to answer any more specific things that you want to know. No, this is accessibility for developers. So actually the types being an accessibility tool for engineers, yeah. But it's a valid question, typing ARIA attributes, yeah. I think that would be great. I don't have that expertise. I don't have expertise in like end user accessibility. Okay, so we were looking into OCaml. What the hell were we doing? TLS, right? TLS EIO. And we got that OPAM installed, and now we wanted to actually use it with EIO. Nice. So somewhere here, TLS EIO. Oh, last week, nice. My birthday is tomorrow, so in roughly 4 hours. Actually, almost exactly 4 hours. Awesome, glad to hear. All right, cool. So that's what we want to do. Now let's figure out this this stuff. Why does it make me do all this thing? I just wanted to make an HTTP request. Thank you, Sanit. Thank you. Okay, so We get a net, host, and a service. I don't know what a service is. I guess somewhere in here we're going to be calling test client. Okay, so service is that tuple, which we have already because we have URI. And we are going to get an address info stream for that service. No, service is the port. Okay. We're going to get a port there on the host and the net. I wonder if the URI will be able to detect what port it has. None. Okay. So I guess we can do port, and we can do a match on the schema. So if we get some HTTPS, then it's going to be 443. With. Okay, so 443, that's it. This is what I mean by rough edges. You know, you would expect an HTTP client to handle absolutely all of this crap for you. You just go like, here's a string, do your thing, right? Get me this stuff. By the way, Dylan, how are you doing this stuff? Because I reckon you mentioned that you had this functory, right? To create different requests, like type requests for different things. What's the underlying HTTP client that you're using? And I guess you're using LUT, right? LWT for the async runtime. Domain name. What? Buckle up. We're gonna see some playlisting. What? Abstract type derivation. Interceptors. Oh, you ended up using an actual variant. I thought you had to change this to polyorients. What convinced you? What changed your mind? Oh, that's nice. In focus. There you go. Sending you a tiny heart. Bleep. So we have an HTTP module here to get the request, execute, and a client, HTTP client get. See, this is the kind of code that I wish I was writing. Just HTTP client, get this thing, done. Yeah, and that one actually handles everything. Co-HTTP. I keep closing this thing, I don't know why. That one. And that one actually handles HTTPS by default, which is excellent. All right, so welcome to the road note taken. This is what you would have had to do if you were not using that specific version of co-HTTP. Yeah, we're gonna do a fetch here separately, and we're gonna get an environment and a URL, right? Almost the same thing, but we're gonna do all of this crap in there. So let resbuff fetch env URI. Cool. So we need to get the address, right? So before we do any of that stuff, we'll have to actually do eio.net, right? And do get address info. And I think you'll be okay not to get the, yeah, we can get a list out of this, it's fine. So we'll need the network. So we'll just do net eio standard environment, network from the environment, and then we'll just pass in the net there. We need a host, so we're gonna host that. So we get a host, and we need a service. And as far as I understood, the service is gonna be the port. So we're gonna need to have the port up there as well. Cool. So instead of port, actually we're gonna do that, port, right? So if we get something here, and we'll just assume that we get one, we'll get an address, right? Now that we have that address, we can actually establish a socket, so connect to the thing. So a socket is going to be AIO, and I think we already have a switch somewhere. I don't know if it's worth making more and more switches all the time. Yeah, like we have this one over here. All right, screw it. We're going to make a new switch. So switch run, and we're just going to get a handle to that switch here, right? Surprised though that get address info doesn't require a switch. I guess that is not a resource, but a socket is. So net connect, and we get a switch, and we have our network here, right? The capability from before, and we'll just pass in the address. So if all goes well, we have a socket there that we can connect to. I don't know. I think this will throw actually if something goes wrong. Great, and this gets closed automatically when SW finishes. Brilliant, love that. So I'm gonna move that up there. Actually, no, wait. What else we need to do here? We need to actually call the TLS flow. So this is manually putting together a request. Oh my God, this feels so low level. String concatenation, you get some HTTP here, and then you copy that into the flow. No, I don't want to do that. I think I'm just gonna get a connection socket. Let's see if that is the same kind of socket that I need to pass in here, right? Because I have a connection of A, and A is constrained to be an EIO flow two-way. Yeah, I'm hoping I don't have to. I really am hoping that I don't have to. Welcome to the road not taken. The O in OCaml objects. What the fuck? We get a stream socket, and if I'm not mistaken, that was a class. There you go, here it is. Is this really the way that works? That seems wrong. Alright, let's jump back into the EIO code. Sorry, co-HTTP. And they don't really have yeah, net connect, and they just pass in the connection. All right, the docs have spoken. Correct. I also need to invent foot. I think that'll do. So we can probably move that up there for clarity. We get the path. We do that thing, and we're just gonna return that. Nope. Cool. And while we're at it, we're gonna do for everything else, fail with could not get addresses. Right. Service is a list. Of course. And why don't you like this? Expression has type socket address T, and expression was expected to type socket address stream. Ah. Connect. All right, we have a get address info stream. Cool. So line 20 now. Sorry, line 20 now gets a port like that. So we're just gonna put there, and we'll do host port path. Cool. 25. What are we missing here? Fetch requires an environment and a task. Ah. Okay, we're gonna call you do fetch. And that's fine. We just need to open that thing here. Yay! Look at that. Something went wrong, but differently. End of file. Exception end of file. Where the hell did that happen? Oh my god. So we are seeing this thing, which is fine. I think we're probably consuming the body when we should not. We don't get to print the status out. Or maybe, because this stuff is happening inside of the switch, but this is the end of the function, maybe the socket is already collected by then. All right, you know what? I'm gonna collect that thing in here. We'll say body, right? And we'll return the response and the body instead of the buffer. Buff body. So in here, we'll just say body. Cool. No, that was not that. Hello, Mepukak. So right now we are in the middle of fetching a page, right, in the crawler. But right before this, right, we created essentially a worker pool, right? And we created that pool using fibers, and each fiber scheduled and run a worker loop inside of a domain. And a domain is roughly equivalent to a thread in most languages. Yeah, but the thread in OCaml is a different thing. It's supposed to be like lightweight threads, but you know, I don't know anybody that does use that. So this is some of the multicore code. This is rather low level. It's probably not something you'd use to build an app directly. A thread, yeah. The thread module in OCaml is for let's see if we can get the docs there. No, okay, we don't get the docs anymore. There you go. It is lightweight threads, so it is like green threads. You can only have one at a time running. They're cooperatively scheduled. Fibers do the same thing, but domains, however, domains are actual OS threads, right? So if you have multiple of them, then each one of them will run code in parallel, assuming that you have many cores, right? By the way, I haven't asked before, but like, is the audio okay? Is the volume fine? You can see me all right? Can you read okay? Check, check, check. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Gucci. Nice. Dope. All right. Thank you so much. So why is this not working? Body disallowed call. Get. We get an exception saying end of file. What thing here would be doing that? I don't think it would be this one. OCaml, no. All right, let's try something. Okay, so it's not a problem with reading the body, right? So I thought maybe it would be that. You know what I need? Because I'm getting some pings now of follows from maybe half an hour ago. I probably need something on screen that says like, oh, this person followed you. So then I can actually say thank you. Because I don't have any of that. Like the only thing on screen right now I have is the chat. This thing here, right? Whoa. And it's too small for me to read. So I actually have a Twitch window on a different screen on the side. Yeah. Are you failing here when we connect? Nice. Yeah, I noticed that you have two screens. Like every time I say something, and then you're just looking at the code, but eventually you just like slightly tilt your head, and it's like, and then you answer. I'm like, oh, he must be looking at a separate screen. I don't know if it's another monitor or like an iPad or something, but 3 screens. Oh my god, there's too much. No, I've got 2 here. That's enough. It's like a 32-incher in front and a 27 vertical on the side. The 34-inch sound good. The problem I used to have 2 27 side by side, is that there's no middle, right? So I can't just sit there looking straight. I have to always be like left or right, or left or right, right? And then when I try to have one of them in the middle and the other one on the side, it would not be big enough for me to have multiple things. So I just swapped for the 32, and it's pretty good actually. Like I have to sort of up the volume, right? Like make all the fonts a little bigger, because at this distance I can't see shit. You want to downgrade now to like a laptop? Or thanks for the follow into Himos. So we're gonna go into EIO, and we're going to search for end of file, and we'll see what we find. Ooh, there is something here in the lib EIO. Okay, everybody ready? We're gonna see deal and setup. Go. Ha! 400 not found. Oh yeah, the link definitely got cut off. So buffer read in the file. I don't know. OCaml TLS, EIO. Okay, that's good. Wow. Big screens, man. All right, so you are definitely running the Twitch chat on the laptop. Cool. So we do have a couple of end of files here. What the hell's happening? No, just end of file. Come on, computer, behave. We're trying to do buffer reads. So I'm gonna have a look at the example that we have for TLS. This is magic sets. All right, this is prologue, data log really. TLS EIO tests. Because maybe we missed something. So we had the socket here, and before, what they're doing, right, is sort of domain name. I don't know what that is for. They're binding the host to the host. Domain name. Oh, well, yeah, I'm not surprised at all. Can you actually see any calls to TLS stuff here? I can't. We did not run that. Like, we skipped the whole thing. This thing is the important part, right? And we did not do that. So, yeah. Dummy me. Skill issue. And then when they call it, yeah, okay. So the client side, the calling should be okay. We just need to figure that stuff out. All right, so we have a socket, a connection. That's okay. I'm not sure what we're gonna do with that flow when it comes back. I hope that it's going to be a similar type. Well, let's do this. Result to option. And we want to bind. Okay. So, domain name. What is this? Of string host. We have a host around? Yes. Cool. And then we'll do result.bind. Domain name host. And then we'll do result to option. Here the double equals doesn't seem to work, so I'll just put all of that in line and I'll take care of it later. So this is just an option of what? String of string, you get a domain name. And then we get host, in case that there is a host name. And then we turn that into an option. So TLS EIO, right? Client the flow. And our flow here needs a config, right? And we'll get a host and a socket, which is the connection that we have above. And our config, TLS config, will just be a client, right? Versions. Version. I wonder if that's preventing the auto-completion. Yeah. So this is our version range, I assume. Yeah, that looks like that. And then, what is this? cache ticket, my PSK, ticket cache. What is all this stuff? Where does it come from? All right, here. I don't get it. If we need none, then why are we passing the cache ticket? That should be none by default, right? Let's see. Yeah, that should be none by default, so we should not need to pass that. And then what the hell is a ticket cache? Do we need one? Ticket cache also has a default. Alright, you know what? I will question this stuff later. My PSK. Ticket cache. Authenticator. Where does the authenticator come from? Is null auth. Alright. And then ciphers. And the ciphers, where are they? Oh. Alright, cool. So authenticator. This will be a little function, right? That is IP, ignore, host we're gonna ignore the rest as well. And we're just gonna say, okay, none. And our ciphers are actually gonna be a call to some TLS config ciphers, right? And I think we have a supported function there, so. Cool. So the last thing we're missing here is just the ticket cache and my PSK. So those seem to be defined above for God knows why, some reason. So we'll do the same thing. Ticket cache. And this is gonna be a TLS config record. I don't know exactly which one, but some. So we have a lookup function here that is just gonna ignore whatever and say no, we find nothing. Once we get a ticket granted, right, we're gonna get a PSK, and I don't know what a PSK is, but we get one of those, and an epoch, and we're just gonna save that into our function above. Function, hear me out. My PSK here. You can probably tell crypto is not my thing. Timestamp. P-time clock. Now. Cool. So what's the type of this thing? This is a ticket cache. I'm not surprised. Okay, so now that we have a config, we push the config. No, sorry, here. Now that we have a config, we get that. This expression has type. Oh, sorry. This goes here. Cool. Client of flow takes a config, a host, and a connection. But somehow this thing is a bool? Seriously? What the hell? Got a version, cache ticket. My bad. Now it's a client. Cool. So the last thing we're missing is this stuff over here, right? Oh, yeah. Fine. You win. I almost used an operator. Alright, so now we have a flow. What the hell is a flow? It's an TLS EIOT. But I don't need that. I need a connection. Whoa. So That did something. I expected a type error, but that definitely did something. So we can do con and just return a connection there. And I think it is because we have not initialized something before. Fatal error, default generator is not yet initialized. We need to initialize something. And I think we have an example here of how to do just that. Do we? Mirage script to random EIO run. Yeah. So this thing. And I guess we need to do that somewhere up here. Why do we need that? Mirage and then Fortuna. Is there an alternative in the error somewhere? Thanks for the follow, Northlane. I don't know what happened to Northlane 1, what you did with them, but I won't ask. So it looks like we need to bring in this thing. Mirage Crypto Random RNG EIO. Random number generator EIO. And then we have Fortuna. Alright, so OCaml install, just bring that in. I just want this to run. I'll deal with alternatives later. Bad signature. Slowly, we are inching there, slowly getting there. So why would we get a bad signature? You know, we can probably compare the CoHTTP code for anything else and see how they're doing that there. So source, we will have a client somewhere here, you would hope. Client, yeah. Cool. So it's only the network module that changes. And how does it change? They make this look easy. Oh, conduit. All right, so maybe that's the stuff. Yeah, this is where it's gonna be. Somewhere in here we have a connect function. Bless me. And okay, they do something similar. Here. If it's TCP, then they get a socket address, client, and connect to that. And they get a flow, and a flow includes a descriptor IP port. So what does this thing do? No, not there. Where's that defined? Okay, it's here. We default TLS. TLS native. What are we missing here? We get a config object, we have our host magic thing, we get a client of flow, right? We have an authenticator that just says none to build our connection. I wonder if now we're running into the issue of the switch ending, right? Essentially cleaning up the resources. No. Still the same problem. So how do we debug this? Exception, TLS failure, signature verification failed, bad signature. OCaml, TLS, SIG verification failed, bad signature. Nothing. So we're gonna search, OCaml TLS, the repo. Bad signature, and we'll see what we get. Okay, so that's where we are, right? Signature verification failed, and we get bad signature because something through this signature verification failed. And this is being thrown where? Packet handshake failure. Client of flow, that's what we want. I am not seeing it. Definitely not seeing it. Woo. Thanks for the follow, that man dark, or that man dark. How is it? Is it that man dark, that man dark, that man dark? I don't know. We got a connection, we got the authenticator, and it does exactly what it's supposed to do. We're using all the supported ciphers. We're doing this host rebinding thing. Not quite. In the example they did, Ryan, in the example they have here, they're actually creating a flow that goes through TLS, right? And then after that, they're actually writing the request in as a string, right? We're not doing that. We're just calling client get, but still, it's easy and you can get very low level if you want to or need to. Like a lot of these network libraries are, as far as I understood, written by people that have been working primarily on unikernels, where a lot of things that we take for granted on any machine are just not available all the time, right? Yeah, no worries. Yeah, that's why I figured that, people are busy. They just keep me in the background. No, exactly. But, these people, this is the TLS library. So they're like, well, if you're looking at this thing, then you may be comfortable reading that, which I think is quite the assumption. Yeah. And I think Cisco reported 2018 or 17 that, like, I don't know, 60% of their traffic is controlled by Erlang on their routers or hardware across the world. So that's a bunch of internet traffic that's handled by Erlang. So yeah, Erlang and OCaml are everywhere, just quietly doing their jobs. 90%, yeah, that makes more sense. I'll buy that. Anybody got a higher number? Can I get 110% from anyone? 115? I am agog. I am aghast. What is happening here? Bad signature. How how could we get a bad signature here? Oh, yeah. Why didn't I think of that? That makes perfect. Thank you, Ryan. Yes. Yeah. I don't know, man. I look at this and I keep looking at it, and I'm like, I don't actually see any place. I don't know enough about TLS to know what step to take from here. So we'll just ask Google. Hello, Googles. Certificates. Well, that's a good point. We actually haven't specified certificates anywhere. The config doesn't have certificates. Client. So by default, I think the config module has something called onCert. Now, onCert is a type, and the config object in the function letConfig, right, is using the default certificates. So there's a default configuration somewhere, and I will find it. Here it is. And for certificates, it's using no certificates by default. However, we can specify non-single multiple or multiple default. We can provide them, yes. So maybe we should try that. Now the question is, where the hell are the certificates? And I guess we will do single or something. And we need a cert chain. So they are defining some certificates here, right? On the server side. But they are not defining them on the client side. Whoa, thanks for the follow, 8 bits out, and Apex Twin DONG. Apex Twin Don. Yes, go Camel. Woo. What I'm wondering is whether there is something about this, right, that implicitly looks for the certificates in the current directory. I don't think so. Like the client path doesn't ever mention Apex Twin Dingridon. Cool. Cool beans. Alright, so CS Store Mac. Actually, we're gonna do OCaml TLS CS Store. Whoa. Old. So we don't really have an authenticator, do we? No. We're just hoping this thing to do everything for us. Client flow. So maybe having a null authenticator is a bad idea, like this one here. Oh, no worries. Yeah, it did seem random though. It did, but it's okay. Nope. God damn it, like the focus is so weird sometimes. Like I'm scrolling over here and I expect the focus to be on Brave, but then if I try to close this window, okay, now it's working. What the hell? So OCaml TLS. EIO. Bad signature. Let's see if we can find anything else here. Issues. You know, I don't think I see certificates in any of the clients. Most of them are having an authenticator that returns OK none. Alright, so let's do something. Let's just ask GitHub. When you see this thing on all of your repos, right? What do people use? More languages, OCaml. Code. So we got an authenticator there. No, what are you doing? Come on, literally double clicked on this thing. Command Z, FB. I cannot be doing that so fast that you can't keep up, computer. Okay, so this is being passed in from outside. That's fine. We can look for that. We want to search for XMPP. What was it called? Connection. Maybe just switch. Okay, we're gonna go to connect. Nice. And in the time you've done that, we've managed to not get TLS working. Connect. I'll just search for authenticator. Is this thing not defined anywhere? Oh, we do. This is a parameter. Yeah, we're using the OCaml 5.1, and the last thing we need to get up and running here is to figure out the certificate for the TLS config for the client, which right now is just saying bad signature on us. So when it runs, it goes like, boop, bad signature. It's taking a while now, but I really hope that it's not going to work. Because if it just starts working now... Alright, no. Still the same problem. Bad signature. Yeah. Alright, so this repo was of no help. Let's see liquid soap. Built-in TLS. That has to be built-in, right? Authenticator. CS certs authenticator. Where does this come from? CA certs. I don't know where it comes from, but I like it. So I don't have to think about it. Let's see. CA certs. Ooh, nice. Not here. Please tell me there's a dependency. Depends. Camille certs. Yes. CA certs. Okay. I guess, Ryan, the DCA search will be a little bit like a store in Elixir. I never get the URL right. Hannes. Cool. Dope. Save. We actually need to bring that here. Come on. Valid certificate chain. So how does one use CA certs? Mac support. Invalid certificate chain. So TLS failure, invalid certificate chain. What does that mean? Invalid. We can probably search with quotes there. CA certificates. Cool. So what's the problem here? Is the library trying to find... We're clearly running this thing, otherwise we wouldn't be getting TLS failure, right? But where is the library actually looking for certificates? Because it might be failing once it calls the authenticator, right? CA certs. Like the authenticator. So invalid certificate chain. No, I don't see that here. Is this it? My God. Authenticator. Root CAs in the operating system's trust store. Okay, so I already have that installed. And this branch comes out of here, validate certificate chain. So we are getting some certificates out of this, right? Or at least that is the expectation. We get that command, we run that command, right? And that's our data. And we put together something with them, or CAS. And we don't seem to be blowing up when we call it. So before, what do we have before? We had that. But this thing, right, returns an authenticator T, and this type. God damn it. And that already is the function that we need. So that was fine. Just keeping it above there. So we run that only once when the program starts. That should be okay. Nope, that's not what I want. This is what I want. But why is it saying invalid certificate chain? Wow, so much time spent on this thing. And I don't know what to do. So we seem to be getting this invalid certificate chain error, which seems to happen when we call validate certificate chain, right? And that happens when we try to validate the client. We get a config, we go through the own certificates, and in here we expect a single, which I think we are getting, right? And in that single certificate, we get a C, which should be a tuple, right? And that tuple should have a list on the left for the public certificates, I guess, and one private certificate on the right. But we're not getting that. Instead, we're just getting invalid certificate chain, assuming that this invalid is the function that we need, right? No, that's not it. Okay, so this should be returning this invalid configuration, and that's not what's happening. We're getting authentication failure. Okay, so maybe that's not the problem then. Let's search for authentication failure. Yes, that looks more like it. Authentication error. Validation, PP validation error from X09. So we're getting an error here. Authentication error, failure. PP validation error. And this is one of those. So X509. Wait, got one of those? One thing at a time. So 509 authenticator, and we get a validation error here. That's not defined here. Oh, sorry. Validation. Yeah, so this has an invalid chain there, which could be the problem we're having. Okay. Now, when do we get to that? Yeah, we don't really have the sources, do we? OCaml X509 validation on GitHub. Lib validation invalid chain. So when we call verify chain of trust, what is this NEM? We got an E and an F. What is the F? So, alternative. What if we ignore TLS? Can we do that? Like suppressing the warnings, like we do with curl, right? When you do curl dash, I think K. Yeah, insecure. Oh, is there something specific to macOS about how certificates should be handled? No, we went there actually. Yeah, that's roughly what we're doing. Oh, this is 2 weeks ago. So maybe we'll find something on the Discord. Discord, where are you? Camel, web dev. September 15th, Fly in Foxtrot in web dev channel asking how to make HTTP requests, ATPS with requests with CoachDB IO. Found a couple of issues. Here's the code, and that's essentially the code we're looking at. Special blend, that one. And they were sent to an issue, which is this one. And that was it. That was it. That's the thing. Oh well. I really don't want to stop here. Let's see. Debug log output, wire out. They get an illegal parameter from peer, which is not the same thing we're getting. Gemini EIO, what is this? Yeah, see, this is what I mean. Like, most of the examples we see around are just using a null authenticator. And I think that makes sense. As a client, right, I should be able to ignore the credentials of the server I'm asking. If I understand this. So maybe I'm just off here. Any of y'all know any TLS X509 or credentials in general? Any ideas on why this may not be working? They're also using a pretty basic client. Like, they don't specify the version or cache tickets or anything. It's just like, hey, here's like a null authenticator. Done. Yeah, we got a bad signature. Is this because our host has lost its path? Oh. They do have a different way of doing this. They say net with TCP connect, right? And they just get a connection out of that. So, fun connection, right? What even is this carbon intensity thing? Cool. Woo! Thanks for the follows, Cool D. keep going through the web dev channel, see if I can find anything here with EIO and HTTPS. But no, nothing. Not much, at least. Like, the most recent thing I can find is Flying Foxtrot saying, hey, I'm trying to build this example, and the example I have is the special blend one that we saw before, right? This one. Which is pretty much what we're doing, right? We're just like, get the net capability, build a host, mark the services HTTPS, you use with TCP Connect, and inside there you get a connection that you're gonna try to run through the client flow, right? With an authenticator that does nothing. And we tried all that and none of that worked. And for them, however, the problem is different. They just get a different error from the TLS stuff. And apparently one problem was that a version of Mirage Crypto that is being used in there somewhere needs to be updated, but that I don't think that will be the case for us because we just started a brand new switch. So all the packages we got are like brand new. We could try doing an OCaml upgrade, but I don't know. I feel like we should have everything up, to the latest version by now. Yeah, nothing to do, it says. Oh, well, kind of. Damn, that takes ages. No, what are you doing? Go back. So I'm gonna try this with a non-certificate and see what does that do. The alternative would be to build a search chain. One of those. I guess I could get one of those from X509 maybe. Essential certificates. How do I get a search chain? So the only thing that we really need to pass in here, right, is an authenticator. Everything else is just optional. But when we do that, we get a bad signature. Now, what does bad signature mean here? Bad signature. TLS bad signature. What does it mean? I'm this close to asking ChatGPT about it. No, what are you doing? Bad signature. Just. I where do you begin here? We've been through TLS. We cannot really find the bad signature error anywhere in the code. You know what? Nope. It is not, at least it's not part of that. Okay. I think I need to change something there. TLS CIO, we can also get that. So repo, where the hell was TLS CIO? I was here. Yeah, we don't really have bad signature errors in here. If you go into the Doom project, there are no dependencies. But there are some here. Okay, so X509 maybe. Repo. Okay. So here's a place where we do have an error that says bad signature. That would be the thing that we're getting here, hopefully. Right? So we can also search for signature verification failed. It's not here, but it might be in OCaml TLS, right? Yes. So lib state 321, right? Signature verification failed. That's all right. Handshake, come on. Yeah, so we're pattern matching all of these places, but here we're actually building something. So let's go into handshake, come on. Cool, so we have a few of them. These ones have a different message, so we don't care about those. But there are some that we do care about. Like this one over here, TLS2. Okay. And all of these are calling what? Let's start with TLS13. Actually, we might be able to even narrow it down, right? If we do version, right? We can just say TLS 130, I think. Version. Is that not it? TLS? Yeah. Cool. So you would expect this to constrain the code all the way down to here. So somewhere in here, right, we are getting, I guess this verify function, right, is the one that's saying, nope, we cannot verify the signature. So bad signature. Because nowhere else is actually constructing this signature verification failed, and that thing is only being printed signature verification failed, only being printed here. So I think we can with some certainty say, all right, it probably is this function, public key 509x509 public key verify hash scheme signature pub key message data. So where are we? We are in OCaml TLS, but here we're in 509, and here we will have public key. Lo and behold, public key is the module that we're calling below here, right? Public key verify. So that tracks. Public key 124 verify. All right, so we're narrowing down onto where the hell the problem is. And Mirage Crypto EC, if I'm not mistaken, is the library that Hannes said was broken on this link. I'm gonna open it. Where the hell is it? One, two, three. Where are you? Where are you? Here. In this issue, I think. No, wait. Yes. So Hannes last week said Mirage Crypto EC test should run fine on your machine. And he also said that he had published a new version of that, 0.11.2. So before we continue, let's see. OCaml info, Mirage Crypto EC. What version do we have? And we have 0.11.1. Can we upgrade that? Mirage Crypto EC. Yes. All right. Building. Ooh. Installed. And we're gonna rebuild. And that is missing now. Why? Do we need to install that as well again? No. If we install this thing, it downgrades this package. So this should fail exactly the way it did before, but this should not have been updated now. God damn it. So how do I get both? I don't get it. This should be the same version. Mirage Scriptor and G. If I go into RNG EIO, this should be 0.11.2. Okay, so this seems to be upgrading everything to 11.2 now. That was strange. Oof, some rough edges over here. Wait, sorry, I missed the chat. Hey Jogo, how's it going, man? Hi nerds, he says. Hello nerds. Yeah, we were talking about you earlier. Good things. Oh, you're still here? Who is winning? Fax. I am winning very slowly. So slowly that it may look like OCaml is winning, but I will eventually bend it to my will. That one dark. That conversation about Elixir versus OCaml for accuracy wasn't recorded anywhere, was it? We'd love to hear your thoughts. You can actually go back. I think at the end of the stream, you can watch the whole stream again. It should be there. I am not doing a good job of posting the streams onto YouTube or somewhere else because they're usually kind of long. Like this one has been going on for like 3 hours now. Yeah. But you should be able to see the stream immediately afterwards. Or maybe even right now if you go to the, I don't know, player and just like scroll back in time on the timeline. Nice. Nice, Dylan. Thank you for that pointer. It was just confusing right now, updating on the one side, one library, and then it will remove the other one, and so on. All right, so now that we have done that, we don't have EIO anymore from CoHTTP because it probably runs on 0.11.1. Fuck. All right, so we don't have CoHTTP EIO. I could fork it, bump the version number required, right? And just install that locally. So maybe that would get us out of the way. Yeah, super annoying. OCaml, repo, Mirage, CoCaml, CoHTTP. But before I do that, I'm actually going to try doing that and doing CoHTTP EIO. Let's see if there is an upgrade to CoHTTP that see, it's not installed because it got removed the last time I upgraded. Okay. You can temporarily relax the switch environment with updating variant. Ooh, what is that? No agreement of the version of EIO. Okay. But does it have to be this? Under 12. What changed from 11 to 12? I started, but I'm trying to actually rebuild the OCaml files first. And to do that, I need to be able to build it, so I need some dependencies. I'm installing that. Frustration will be my epitaph. I don't know why, but I get the feeling that I've been through this before, right? Having had a library that specify an upper bound of the version of a dependency, just in case, right? In case that the dependency sort of breaks compatibility because it's still a 0 dot something, right? And like, I think there's two, probably more, but at least two ways of seeing this, right? On the one side is like, you want to make sure your library works when somebody installs it, right? But then that may also mean you need to keep updating that upper bound of your dependency as the dependency evolves. But on the other hand, it's like, you don't know if the dependency will break backwards compatibility, right? Even if it's at 0 point something, right? So by putting that upper bound, you're limiting the version of the dependency that people can use. So a bug fix would mean that you also have to re-release your library. And in my head, I would much rather put on the user, right? Not the responsibility of updating my library, right? But the possibility of it breaking than the responsibility of updating my library. So I would say, hey, here's the minimum version that I know works, right? If you use a higher version, it may or may not work. I cannot really promise that. If it does work, great, right? If it does break, then we know there's an upper boundary somewhere there, right? We need to refactor and maybe even up the lower boundary. But the other way around means that if I want to use a new version of EIO, right, like I'm trying to do here, and potentially, right, nothing changes that would break, I have to actually do the thing I'm doing, which is like fork, right? Bump that upper bound to recompile to get everything up and running. There may be a really good reason to do this, right? That I don't know of, but it feels like leaving that open, right, to the possibility of it breaking, right? That flexibility, I think I prefer that. I prefer the flexibility of it. Maybe it breaks on your end if you use like a super new version of a dependency, right? Versus you are stuck with this specific version. I don't think there's like a bulletproof solution here. Both options kind of suck in different ways, right? Yeah, all right. So now that we have that, we can do build install. And we cannot. And now I remember why. Because EIO 012 actually moves away from the objects into records. And oh my god, wasn't this the whole Jane Street going and saying don't use objects? And they're like, all right, changing it to not use objects. Jane Street, no, I don't know, to look for this, because it's probably not going to be like, oh, Jane Street did this thing, right? But EIO pull requests. There. Okay, so we are presented, folks, with a fork on the road. Should we update co-HTTP EIO to use a new version of EIO? Yes or no? I would love to hear your thoughts. In the meantime, I'm gonna get something to drink. So just write it down and I'll read it in a second. And also please say why. Why do you think we should do that? no, we're not gonna do all the spins and stuff like that. Honestly, I get why you do it, right? But we shouldn't normalize that kind of stuff. And I know that if you can do it, then you'll do it. But, we can do better. I just don't know what better looks like right now. Yeah. We'll switch. So, Piaf works. Great. I was going to say, what happened with the music? I guess I just jumped back in between tracks. Let's look at Piaf. GitHub on Montero Piaf. Come on, Nix is terrible. I use Nix. I have my dot files, right? Home Nix. And I use Nix to install stuff, and I use also the Darwin reswitch or switch rebuild or whatever it was. And it's great when it works, but the moment it breaks, it just fucks everything up. Piaf, web library for OCaml with support for a bunch of stuff. Is it EIO ready? Get sync. Client one-shot get. Switch environment URL of string. Yeah, I agree with you. Everything else is worse. I'm not saying there are better things than Nix. Just saying that Nix is not good. Yeah. Yeah, there's things in guitars as well, like pedals and strings and the kind of wood that you use for the body and the neck. And people complain for, there's no Nix of guitars, I think. I can't think of one, but. So we have one yes out of 20 viewers. So sorry, Diogo, I don't think we're going to be doing that today. Yeah, just for context, Antonio, I was building a thing, right? And I was tracking that. Maybe actually you know this stuff. So the problem we were having here is that even with the old version of EIO, right? When we tried to use TLS EIO, we ran into an issue. Okay, so now that doesn't work. But before, when it was working, was compiling. Oh fuck, the watcher. Terrible. Bad signature. There you go. When it was working, right? It would fail saying bad signature, even though we are passing no certificates and we have a dummy authenticator, right? Yeah, no crying, just shipping. Bad signature. My Clang version, I think 1403 on ARM. Yeah, I just updated the patch version, but of course that made me go back into CoHTTP and say, oh, I can't run this anymore because it works with the older version of EIO. So I would either update that or figure something else. I don't mind switching to Piaf. Is it gonna be an OPAM install Piaf thing? or will I have to pin 1,000 things? Because you said 10 pins, and I'm like, nope. Oh my god, what's happening? What is all this stuff? Dude, what do you do to my OPAM? No! So I need to pin things. I feel like most, if not all of the pin stuff would go away if we had an unguarded release process to OPAM. Like, you got an OPAM account, great, you can publish whatever, right? You wonder if you will pin the right stuff. All right, so I'll just test this thing. Yeah, but that's the point. Like, if you have the fork, then you just say like, well, I just push this thing with a slightly different name, like Antonio dash whatever you're forking, right? Yeah, so this is gonna pin everything. Seriously? Dude, you're carrying the entire OCaml like networking stack on your back. If anything happens to you, we are fucked. You gotta bring more people into this. No. I just said it. So what's your long-term strategy with this? So you realize that it's unsustainable, right? Yeah, we don't have to have the like monopoly. We don't have to have that conversation publicly, but I'm really curious. It's like at some point, it's like, right. But you only have so many like human hours. No, just per week, like in your lifetime, right? I'd love to talk to you about this at some point. All right, so we're gonna install this thing and see how far we get. Whoa, Pixel Hero is here! Dude, I am excited. Nice to see you. I'm actually kind of happy that all of you are hanging out here. Yeah, I guess I'll just create that. Because tomorrow is my birthday. It's like in an hour and a half. So half an hour to 23 and an hour to 24. I know, alright, I'm gonna be 32 bits old. So I'm gonna be a word old. Even, you know, most architectures. Fuck, man. OPAM install is so slow. It's crazy. Like... yeah, definitely a nerd. Montero is going to give you one of the repos as a gift. Yeah. Do I get to pick? Wow, the best one, PF. All right, so how does it go now? Do I do build Dune success, or how does that work? Why doesn't it work? It didn't work, man. Like, it's still saying co-HTTP. No, I have to refactor as well? What is this? Is there going to be a submodule for PF? Yeah, yo, I guess no. All right, so let's look at the examples here. What do you need? Get sync. You need an environment and a switch. I can give you that. Client one shot from PF. All right, cool. So I'm just going to get rid of all the stuff because it doesn't look like I need it. And when we did do fetch, I'm just going to do PF client. I'm going to need to build though. Cool. So PF client one shot get, and we will have a switch. So I'll just create a switch here, run, and we have a URI already. Thank you so much for requesting an actual URIT. You were not here, but I was so mad that this thing was like, oh, just give me the host and the path as 2 strings. We have a type. It's called URIT. Use it. Especially because that process led me into a bug. Even though I already had a URIT, right? When you get the host and you get the path, you lose the scheme. Scheme? Yeah. Sham? Fuck. You get what I mean. Okay, so we here get one of those, so we can just match on that. And we either get an okay response, right? And we'll do something with that. Or we get an error, and in this case, I am very happy to just fail there. So, error E, fail with, error to string E. Don't care about that right now. Just need to pass in the switch. And I guess we don't need the environment like that. We can use that. Yeah, that makes sense. Right now, I just want to get this up and running. So one shot is good. I'll refactor later to actually reuse a connection. Since I'm building a crawler, I want to like crawl everything within a single domain. So hopefully I'll be able to spin up a single socket, right? And just reuse that for many of the calls as it goes. Well, I think Antonio would definitely be better at answering this, but I think that the client will make more sense if you have multiple, a single URL sort of host that you're connecting to. Like you open a socket and you want to reuse that socket for as many requests as you possibly can. So if you have multiple hosts, then you will need multiple clients. Is that how it works, Antonio? Cool. So response if status when status is redirection, right? Response status. Then we're gonna do our thing here. Else, if we get an OK response when PF status is success, then we'll just extract the body, which I guess we can get by body to string. Cool. So PF body to string response body. And do we actually need? No, we just need the body. That's good. And of course, we also have like response for the rest of the things. And fail with, bad response, whatever. Line 12, HTTP response is going to be PF response, PF header. I assume that you're exposing those modules. I just don't know how. So PF response. We don't have headers here. I guess this is just a record that's open, right? So response headers. Yeah, cool. PF headers. Okay. Yeah. By the way, Jogo right here, he works at Walnut. Still. And I say still because I work there, but I don't anymore. But he does. I can configure PF to follow redirects when I do a one-shot client as well. One shot, get config. So let's do config PF config default, and we'll do default with follow redirects equals true. Cool. All right. Thank you so much for providing an HTTP client that is, reasonable. Package discovery is still very organic. Like, oh, you need to know someone that knows the packages or that builds them. Oh, it's this has been so slow. Essentially, we have a worker pool, right? And we can queue a URL, and hopefully we'll be able to finish fetching it. After we fetch it, following redirects and dealing with HTTPS, we are parsing it. So if this works, the next step is to actually parse through all the nodes and extract the links. Well, we should alias OCaml org to that repo, to that org. Yeah. So then we'll be able to keep queuing more links. Woo! Look at that. Yes. So if we run that through pub with color, boom. HTML, everybody, we did it. What would we do without Antonio? All right, so this is a bunch of stuff that comes from here, right? Yeah, and Montero is the new D. Bunsley. Wensley. I don't know how to pronounce that. Bunsley. Oh, we'll be running with that stack for sure. It would teleport you across the web. Seriously, just with PF, we can just rebuild hrefs. We don't need we don't need them. Yes. Okay, so now that we have the nodes, we can actually do soup. And I guess it'll be like a query here somewhere. What is this? Selector 1. New Antonio meme just dropped. Yeah. Dylan, I think Antonio is the true OCaml boy, OCaml guy, OCaml man. How was it? OCaml man? Alright, lambda soup. Wait, before I look here, do you have a fork of this too, Antonio? That's somehow better and faster and EIO ready, or? Just wondering, man, like, yeah. Love the little operator there. Okay, so we got our parsing here, and we actually want to get all of the links. So I'm going to go for A, right? And I guess this is going to return what? What does this return? Oh. Really? A node? Dude, you can call it shitty, but it works. I spent 4 hours trying to get CoHTTP and the entire stack there, and I couldn't make it work. So, just eventually promote stuff, alright? Publish it, please. I know publishing to OPAM is kind of a pain in the ass. Takes ages, and I love and hate that people review the code and go like, oh, you should probably do this kind of thing here and there. Excellent for the quality of the ecosystem, but also terrible for iteration, right? No, not today. What do we say to OPAM publish? Not today. To Dune release. Not today. All right, what am I looking for? So we want to do a parse. We have that. We have an iterator and unwrap. What does this double thing do? I guess this is for many, right? Yeah. So we get many nodes of some sort of element. So links here should be nodes, plural. And I also see in the little GIF there we have some sort of iterator. Iter. So if you give me, do we have fold here? Actually, filter, yeah, filter map. I can do with this. So links, filter map, And here we just want to get one link at a time, right? And we'll do a very basic check to see if it's within the same domain. So extract links, we're going to get the task here. Actually, we can do fetch URI. So we'll do host, will be URI host, and URI option get. So link here should be a node, but we should be able to do like attribute maybe. Yes, and the attribute should be href, so we can do that, right? So what's that? That's an option, right? Okay. So we'll do an option map here. No, we wanna. Fuck it. I'll just destruct match with, right? If we get some here, we'll get an href. Now, if that href is prefixed by or contains a host, then it's good. We keep it because it's within the URL that you're looking for. Oh yeah, it's JJ query. When a string contains, right? No, substring. Fuck. Contains from ends with escaped. Exists for all contains equal. Ends with, no, I want it starts with. Okay, so I have that, but it's not exactly the same because it may. All right, so we're gonna have to do a little bit more. Href is gonna be URI of string href, right? And then we can do host, href host, right? And then this will be option get, but I wanna default value. Right? And the default is just going to be the host. So if there is no host, then this will be a relative link. So we want to keep that as well, right? So if href hosts is the same or is distinct from the host, then we want to say no to that. Else, we'll just say some href. Cool. And if it's a none, then we'll just do none. That's fine. But I don't want this to be nodes, right? Oh, we need to keep the node filter map. What? I need a node? This is filter map. I'm mapping the thing. Thank you. Leaf. String option no. Okay, so how do I actually use this? Because I would like to change the thing inside, right? Link. Or rather, I don't want to have the node anymore. I just want to have the links. Because I could keep here link, right? And this will be fine. But that's not what I want. And this is all nodes, No, okay, we have fold attributes. What does this do? No, this is to fold. Yeah, that's not gonna do the thing. And I think we had an unwrap function somewhere. I remember seeing that. Nope. Doesn't do what I thought it was gonna do. Iter unwrap. So we get a title, leave text, find all the nodes there, iterate over the nodes, print all the links. So let's soup, parse, and then we disconnect those from the tree from somewhere. Oh, maybe wrap. Is that what I want? So if I do here, link, wrap. Nope. Ooh, I think it'll be Gang Pet Guy. Thai red curry with chicken. That's a... I have thought of that question many times. Flat end notes, eater. What about you? All right, so I guess I could do this, get the links, right? Huh. Pizza with pineapple and chicken. No, get out of here. Banned instantly. Pizza with pineapple is great. Love that. But also chicken? Chicken and pineapple? I guess it can work. But, Jogo, what about on the cold days? Are you going to have a cold poke? When it's like minus 10 degrees outside? Don't you want like a hearty curry? All right. Skill issue. Dude, you're from Portugal. You don't know what cold is. Not that I would know, but yeah. I think the only one that would, I don't know, Pixel Hero would know what the code is. Yeah, if only it was that easy, man. Do you know about Stockholm Syndrome? It is fucking real, man. Alright, so now that we have that, and we have only the nodes we can't care about, I'm actually wondering if it makes sense to, at this point, just do a filter map and extract the attribute that we care about. Yeah, exactly. Steak friends. Oh, there's no person that is the captor. So I don't like this because I have to do the same work twice. Yeah, I am my own captor. Because I have to go through all of the links, right, first. Do a filter map. And then turn that into a list to actually be able to filter map this. Because I really thought it was going to let me do that. But it did not. Like I escaped the nodes type with this to list. But I can't see a function that will let me, you know, do the thing. Oh my god, Neil Haskell, yeah. Just FYI, in case you haven't seen it, Neil Haskell is this amazing new piece of tech. It's a dialect, alright? But it feels like dynamic typing. It's lazy evaluation for eager minds. Honestly, I hope they succeed. I know a lot of people will hate it, but I'm skeptical of a lot of things. First of all, the color palette. Seriously. Like, this is not Figma. I mean, I can't even go to Figma right now. It's like, just, there you go. Figma I buy. Like, they can pull this off. They've earned the right to do this kind of thing, right? Yeah, I know what you mean. But also, why are all the shadows of different colors? They should be black. That's what shadows are. Like here, coming soon. That looks great. Tiny Haskell. I know. Yeah, so I was actually, I don't know, number 41 or something in the Discord channel. Just go in there and be like, oh my god, what's happening here? I want to see this. Yeah, but seriously, this coming soon, I feel someone ripped it off. It's like, it's the same thing. Same yellow, everything. You guys are being mean. No, fuck. This, there you go. All right. So once we turn it into a list, then we can filter map again. Yay. Font link, right? There should be a way of folding this. Oh, okay, I can use fold. All right, then I will use fold. Great. And we will... Oh, cool. So if the attribute is none, then we just skip it, right? If none, skip it. Else, we just do link accumulator. And actually, we don't even need to do that. We need to do href here. Perfect. Cool. So format. Oh. Ta-da! Excellent. So this will actually extract the links now when we get a list of URIs, which is literally what we wanted. Exactly what we wanted. Perfect. Yeah, so I'll just, instead of printing the body, we can now do list iter, right? Oof, I can tell I'm getting tired because I'm typing really slow. Boom. Look at all the links. Nice. Now we just need to prefix them. What? Of string. Oh. Fine. We will add URI add with host. We'll do href and then href host in there you go. Seriously? What? A slash? No, I think this is not doing the thing that we expect it to do. It is. It's doing exactly what we expect it to do. Yeah. Wait, what? You can't spell productivity without save. That's not how it works. I really don't like that they like crammed that E into save. Like just the fact they went. Why would you pick the E in the word framework? Like you're trying to sell something. No, wait, this is working. What am I doing? Yeah, this is doing the right thing. The one thing that we're like, yeah, you see github.com before everything. We just need the schema. That's what we're missing, the schema. So we're gonna do href, host, and Oh no, this API sucks. It's the other way around. Fuck. Like, we need to do this contorted thing. Alright, whatever. With schema. It's scheme. Shim. Sham. Scheme. How do you pronounce that? Can you write how you pronounce the word that? Scheme. Scheme. Woo! Look at that! We got URLs, baby! Nice! I should probably close the Neo Haskell stuff. Alright, excellent! We has done the thing. We have that, so now we just need to queue those URLs, right? For the next iteration. Let's scroll Neo Haskell. Okay, we can try that. Let's see what he has. Neohaskell.org. I think OCaml.org has more links. Damn, look at that. So many links. A lot of repeat links as well. Look at that. So one thing we're gonna do is that as we fold, I think instead of a list here, we should use a set. But hear me out, sets are a pain in the ass here, because there is no like set string or Does URI come with a set? No, it does not. Sometimes all of the safety really gets in the way. Yeah, I guess I could do like list unique. Oh, guess what? It doesn't exist. Yeah, but I have to define my own module for that. It's like, is this really the first time somebody has had to create a URI set? No, right? Cool. So now this is nicely sorted and whatnot. Hey, it could have been zero lines of code, all right? We're not talking about a reduction of like half. It's 100% reduction. Alright. Cool. So now that we have this stuff, we can just queue it, right? And to do that, we have a task queue. Ooh. That we're gonna do a very ugly thing on, and we're gonna just borrow this function. And where are we? We're here. We're gonna say queue task on task queue, and we're gonna say fetch this link. Ready? This is gonna do stuff. I don't know what, but it should do things. No, wait, we are not printing anything. We should print something. A handle task, fetch. I guess we have a fetch for fetching things. No, we removed all the stuff. All right, so we're gonna just add things here. Handling task. brain freeze, fetching. What am I doing? Here, fetching. I'm gonna put the URL there, URI, right? So we can tell that we're fetching stuff, and then we can say found this many links, right? Cool. Yay, look at that. All right, so really what we want to do is use a hash table somewhere to just say like, okay, we're gonna save the result of that particular URL there, right? So we never fetch the same thing twice. Back in my day, we had to source the URIs with our bare hands and weave the lines to make the set. What do you mean, pre-functor days? 1997? Yeah, exactly. The set module should crawl OCaml and define sets for every package out there. Thank you. Thank you very much. Yes, that should happen. Polymorphism was a mistake. Can you imagine what programming would be like if we had never layered abstractions on top of Turing machines? Like the tape kind. Decidable, you said, sir? Okay. So clearly, we need something more in our queue task, because we will get the task and we need to do a little bit of the duplication there. So regardless if you find new URLs, wherever you're trying to queue them, we just don't queue them if we already have results for it. Or if the results are currently being fetched. Eventually we'll have to do some sort of error handling as well, so good old Alonso. Mr. Church. I don't know how to say that out loud, so I wrote it. Cool. All right. That Mandark, I think Java way earlier was better than Go. I would rather work in Java any day over Go. Although I do like the Go concurrency model. Ooh, I think the line has been drawn. Dylan and Antonio, go at it. It was interesting learning that the original Go compiler, so the Go compiler, right, was actually started as a C compiler. They grabbed C99, I believe, and they modified it so that it would compile Go. No. There's no it depends here. You have to choose a side. All right? So go. No, I'm not choosing go. I'm just saying you go. Fuck. I choose pragmatism. Praglang. Alright, so we get some visitor URLs, and the first thing we're gonna do when you get a task here. Actually, I don't even know when we have a whole type for tasks, but whatever. It's going to be to check that. Isn't Kotlin OCaml with extra steps? So we probably want to make a distinction at some point between visited and queued, right? Because something might be in the queue, we just don't know it is there anymore, so we'll have to keep track of that. Right now, I think it'll be okay if we, overfetch a little. And where is it? Where are you? Somewhere here. Okay. So after we fetch and extract links, and before we queue everything, we're gonna actually modify that. So hash table add, right? And we want to say task visited URLs. Cool. Yeah, I don't care. That's fine. Woo! Deduplication, kind of. I don't get why this is being queued several times. I would also expect to see more work happening. Like, of course, the first one is just by itself, but as soon as we get those 27 links, right, and we're putting them on the queue, the task queue is shared by everybody, so it should be able to sort of fetch from. You did get a clip of that, didn't you, bastard? I need to watch it. What did you clip? This may be a. There we go. Where's the clip? All right, I don't know how to do clips, but once I learn, I'm coming for you, Dylan. You hear me? I'll be on every one of your streams, clipping everything you say. Oh, you did. There's. It says one clip here. Somebody did something. Yeah. I just assume it was you. Yeah, I don't mind. It's fine. I just thought it'd be fun to act mad. Cries on the inside. So what I don't get is why. Actually, I think this won't work the way I expect it to. Is hash table actually domain safe? Probably not, right? So let's see. Does EIO have something for this? It has streams. Does it have standard promise fiber switch? Oof. Yeah, you see, this is a part where I think my head is split into like 3 sectors right now, right? There's like single threaded, mutable programming. OCaml, great for that. Multi-threaded, mutable programming. And I would go for Rust, because I have better tools there to figure out what the hell's happening with the data as I mutate it. And multi-threaded, immutable programming, right? And I will go with Rust now. Sorry, force of habit, Erlang Elixir. So as I do more multi-threaded programming in OCaml, right, I'm gonna want to have all of these things that I have in Rust that help me figure out what the hell is happening with my data, right? Obviously not args and RC because we have garbage collector, but I have a hash table here, right? And this is pre-domains. So most likely, I'm gonna have data races here, or this is gonna blow up, or undefined behavior, or whatever. If I try to modify this thing, right, from 2 different points. Because I don't see inside here yeah, I see just a few atomics, but they're in operations like create or randomize, right? And there are atomic gets on randomize. What the fuck's that? So randomize default. But this is clearly not saying like, all right, I'm gonna own this particular hash table or this entry even, right? For a while. So it's not like we can we can already say, oh, I have a read write log on a hash table, right? Like you would do with like a hash map in Rust. You would probably do that. Or a dash map, right? Which essentially is like a hash table where everything is an arg. Like that, like key value. I think it actually uses a hash map internally. I forget. So I throw visited URLs here, right? And then I'm seeing this stuff here where it gets duplicated, and I don't know why. And I would like to understand. Is this because the equality somewhere is fucked? Like the task is actually different, right? Is this because the domains are not locking to access the data in here, right? So maybe I need to actually wrap this in an atomic. Or do we have a lock? EIO. We have mutex. Yeah. Right, but this is right. The mutex is so it's not really protecting stuff, is it? Create, so I cannot really put anything in the mutex. It's like, here's the mutex, pair it up with something so you can use it accordingly. Use read write protect bool, you get a T. I guess I could use one of these, right? Log unlock. Okay, so module visited URLs, right? Struck. So we're essentially gonna say, all right, we're gonna have a table, right, of URLs, and we're gonna have a mutex or a lock, and this will be an EIO mutex T. Cool. Great. Damn. So what was that mutex protecting? Hey yo, Savvy 2W. Abstract mutex factory provider. Yikes. His employment. Nice. OCaml is a nice choice for a web crawler. I don't know. We're actually figuring that out. There is, though, a big company called Ahrefs, right? Which essentially is a big web crawler, right? Obviously, they do much more with the data, but they do have massive web crawlers. And as far as I know, and Antonio, you work there, right? As far as I know, everything in here is built in OCaml. Or, you know, everything modulo some stuff, like the website, ahrefs.com. I assume they have some marketing people updating it and whatnot. Yeah, potato, tomato. Like, I didn't work at Walnut, I worked with Walnut. Like, I wasn't an employee, I was consulting for. I guess you do the same. Considering how much stuff you built, Antonio, I think they work on top of your stuff. You should be getting rev share for that, man. Big buckos, indeed. You can still make the meme. The Godfather. Alright, so what does protect do here? We want to do... Yeah, I think we can do that, right? Pixel Hero, you work with Elm. When you want to hire people, you don't write Elm. It's a very small market out there for Elm people. Zero reaction. Oh, what? Alright, so there's something weird with this thing. We do have these URLs under a log now, and that looks fine. I'm not sure what protect is doing here. Oh, I guess it's for poisoning the movie text? No. How's the new job going, by the way? Have you Pixel Hero? Right. But like you've been around type languages for a while now. I mean, we met at the recent meetup 72 years ago. right? Okay, so this actually did the thing. It queued work, and then we returned just nothing. Reply, I guess. Do we even need to await? I don't think we do. We just need to add stuff there, and that's it. So add to the queue, just returns unit, boom, done, right? I think we don't need to do that at all. We just need to put the tasks there. Yeah. So we do task here, queue, we just get a task out of that, right? Okay, no, that didn't work. Right, I think the problem is that this one over here, right? The specific task is completed by then, so we're done. So this doesn't do the thing I thought it was gonna do. I thought a switch would actually wait for all the resources to be freed before it finished. But it doesn't do that. So we actually need to wait for the fibers to be done running. And I guess they will never be done running. Because take blocks, right? So my brain is mush by now. Let's catch up with the chat. Totally miss a chance. Please make that your Twitter handle. Let's see if we get more. think it's a good flag. A lot of companies nowadays focus way too much on specific like languages and frameworks. Yeah. Onboarding developers is really expensive, right? Like in most companies, you will expect someone to be productive within 3 to 6 months, and that's a lot of money if you scale that up into like 100 hires a year, right? Um, I'm not saying every company is growing like that, but if they are, it makes sense for them to standardize at that level. Everyone that messages me for any job is because of my Golang experience. I hate that. Yeah, I'm actually like strategically not mentioning anywhere that I have Java experience. Kind of because of that. I don't want to get, you know, pinged. Hey, here's a Java job. Nope. Like if I really need to pay the bills, it's fine. But if I'm gonna be writing Java, then I would rather be doing that at a large corp where most of my work will be like engineering leadership and not just like, oh, here's a ticket coded in Java. I would suffer if that was the case. But yes, you only need one job. True. Sure. I mean, have you seen those people in Reddit that coast 3 jobs at the same time? They're making like 600K total compensation in the US. It has to be a joke. I mean, it's kind of crazy that if they pull that off. But market's bigger if you look for React jobs. Previous job, I was struggling to find F# developers to my team. Yeah. Good Insights by Pixel Hero. Yep. I actually know a guy. I know one F-sharper. One. Do you hear that? One person. I know a lot of devs, and I know one person that does F#. They also do Swift. So draw that Venn diagram. Quacks, yes, we actually have a little like table here. Visit the URLs, right? To check when we queue. If it's visited, then we skip it. If it's not, then we actually put it in the queue. I can do F#, but never took it seriously. It's like forgotten project with Microsoft. I have no idea how much attention Microsoft pays to it. I assume not that much. I guess C# and TS are like... Alright. See you, Pontus. Have a good night, man. Thanks for joining us. Guys, T-10. I'm expecting a call from my parents. They usually call right on the midnight or a few seconds before. Cool. So I think what's happening here is that we do queue and fetch, right? Each one of the dependencies of this just fine. But after this, right, we're kind of done with that. So I think I would like to just in a loop sleep. No, I actually don't want to sleep. I want to use this thread, right? Because we actually have 19 of those up and running. But all right, so let me just see if this works. While EIO stream not empty, right? Task queue, do, and then EIO. Do we have a sleep here somewhere? Cool. So I would expect this loop, right, to just keep getting tasks and just keep consuming things. I am confused as why it's not doing that. So EIO, I think you have a trace function here, right? Loop. Okay, so we're not looping anymore. I don't think that's making a difference there. So handle task, what do? You resolve your reply, you loop again, right? You pull a new task, you handle that, you queue everything else, then you say I'm done, right? Why don't you say you're done? Oh. Right, so this is actually waiting for things. That's not what I want to do. I don't want to wait when I queue. I just want to put things in the queue, right? That's pretty much what I want to do. So when we do take, we just get a task, right? We don't need to reply that there. So we're going to fetching just fine, right? And then we go extract links. Do we? Do we go extract links? We do not. Why isn't this working? Is this happening because we immediately finish? So if I actually block this domain with like EIO, time, module, sleep, right? And I do clock and I do like 20, right? Okay, so I think my assumption is correct. Oh, woo! Thank you, Antonio. Thank you so much, man. Muito obrigado. Wait, is it my birthday yet? No, it's not here. Look at this. 23:59. And now it is! Happy birthday to me. To whom? To you? No, not to you. It's my birthday. Yeah. Thank you, folks. Thank you so much. Thanks for hanging out as well. Damn, we got the Prime points, Prime Gaming and stuff. Oh, Mikhail! Dude! Glad to see you here, man. Thank you so much. Thanks, Dylan. Thank you, Diego. Y'all, you stayed for this, didn't ya? Thank you, Prophet. Right. I think I would definitely need to sit down and rework this worker pool so that we can dynamically create work into it, right? And eventually just say, hey, we're done with all the work, right? We have not queued anything else, so we are done. Fun fact, we've done this already for Warp, but in Rust, using Tokyo and other things. So I don't think it should be a matter of translating that code verbatim, but some of the things we've done there, I think would apply here as well. And if that's nicely encapsulated, then it should be pretty nice to use, to be like, oh, here's the generator of work, just like run your thing, goes across the course. Whoa, that's a bunch of links. What? We have something called Hype Train. I don't know what that is. I really should learn more about Twitch. Cool. But y'all, I think I'm gonna call it a night. It's been a long day. We've come a long way. It's been a long road getting from there to here. It's been a long time, and the crawler's almost there. That doesn't rhyme. Anyways, it's been fun playing with multicore. I think I find a lot of things that I really like, and a lot of things that I'm like about. Like, I need to learn how to do proper tracing here, because having concurrent and parallel code right across cores without proper tracing is going to be a pain in the ass. Quack says, Twitch is coming out with more ways to make viewers pay, and I don't enjoy being farmed for money. Yeah, I get it. Yeah, I'm mostly a viewer myself. All right, so I'm gonna commit this stuff. I don't know what, the rocket doesn't work. Fine. No, come on, seriously? Why do you do this to me? And we can close all of these references. This is hilarious. Yes, I'm gonna sort of unquote and then repost with a quote. There we go. And big thanks to Antonio for literally putting the entire OCaml networking stack on his back. You saved the stream today. Wait, browser? We have browsers? Oh, for running in the browser. Okay. Yeah, we do. We do, don't we? Yeah. There's plenty of work to be done across the stack here, folks. If you feel like contributing with any of these things, do it. I would, but I would forget. All right. I'm just building up to the goodbye. So I'll just close out all the tabs. Thank you so much for hanging out with me today. Hope you enjoyed it. And I'll try to stick to some sort of schedule. I really like what Dylan does, that in the morning, right? He just streams for a couple of hours. So I'll see if I can do that. And maybe, Dylan, we can even like not overlap fully, because I enjoy watching your stream as well. I think that'll be nice. All right, folks. Have a good one, as Antonio says. Take care. I will go be 1 word old in some architectures. And yeah. Peace out. Take care. Bye-bye, everyone. Wait. No stop stream. I'm gonna do the thing that people do that I always see them doing and I always want to do. We're gonna go raid somebody. Yeah, I'm gonna raid Edu. So I'm gonna go to Edu, making a VM. And how do we raid people? Hashtag raid. No. Fuck. How do we raid? Raid, and we'll do Eduardo RFS. What? I have to do that on their chat? On my chat? Yeah, I'm doing that. I went to my chat on, on the thingy and it didn't do the thing. All right, so /raid Eduardo RFS. Invalid username. What the hell? Raid Eduardo. Am I mistyping this? All right, let's go to the dashboard there. Create a dashboard. How do we raid? Manage my stream, visit stream summary. I think I'm there. No, okay, perfect. So, oh yeah, there has to be a button here, right? Like, start guest, manage goals, raid channel. Yeah, there we go. Eduardo RFS. Start raid. Woo! There we go. Raid starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Raid now. But hello, nerds.
Is Matthew still working on O1? Let me see. I like Matthew.